we go. Nice, nice. Okay. Picked up right in the courtroom where we left off with Susato, who's going by the name of Ryutaro, because she needs to defend her best friend in court, but she's not allowed to be a lawyer as a woman. So now she is cross-dressing as a man and trying to fool everybody into letting her defend her friend. Apparently, for the crime of killing Miss Giselle Brett. I didn't think she'd be dead. I'm very surprised they actually went forward and killed her. Okay. Yep, second game, let's go! Okay, let's get started. Yes, there it is. Okay.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself. Oh, she copied him! Oh! Oh, that's so cute. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim.
That is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blink.
It's not surprising, really. It is your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right, just use E to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with E. Don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, let's check the court record with E. That's where the information I need will be.
Oh, post-mortem report.
First, let's look at this. Time of death, just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Giselle Brett, female British, time of death 11th logs around 2 p.m. ascertained by examination and witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis. Pupil constriction was observed with the victim in both eyes. Interesting. That sounds like poison to me. Right. I need to go to people. Yuji Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yuma University. He's an authority in forensic medicine in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father. Raymond Bobby, 16. Let's see. My best friend who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yuma University. She's the defendant in this case. Mrs. Zale Brett, 25, the victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. And Taketsuchi Aochi, 52, the lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Yes! Oh, she's doing a little hand raise, too. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if it's proven hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of a killer. Yes! 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yuma University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yeah, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of your...
Oh, sorry, that was us speaking. So, I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student at the Imperial Yuma University was arrested on suspicion of murder, a second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. And exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligation was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now a summary of the incident, if you please, Prosecutor Auchi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. Hello, Lamp! Welcome in! We're just starting the first trial. The first case, essentially, of the second game. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Ooh, that's cute. There's a little lake. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Oh, it's not a lake, it's the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death, Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt to the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
What's her motive? Well, that short description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about a powerful motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is the Yoko boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon.
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Human University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotaba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotaba, whose research were you assisting then?
I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously he was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred.
Oh, no, Ray, be careful what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that.
I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense.
As lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about being alone. Or sorry, oops, I meant to say being alone together, but the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchi. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot?
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about
being alone together.
Membami-san.
Yes, what is it? Naruhodo-san?
I'm really starting to wish we made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her.
Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and May would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Oh my.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
Interesting. She's got a whole suitcase there with more masks. Her purse, her dress. Looks like a wine bottle, a dropped wine glass, and a pen. And of course the feathers from her swan. As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut what anyone else could have hidden.
The court looks at this photographic print as evidence.
Crime scene photograph. The photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accuser's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. I do enjoy how they kept her base animations and they just dressed her up in different clothes. So she still is doing like the girly, like, no, hand to the chest.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh, yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Ah, yes.
Ah, Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Oh, God. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
I said silence! Today I face another Yoko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be a fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Oh. Rest in peace, Mr. Payne.
Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Oh, hello, Rudy. Welcome in. You are just in time. We're starting the first... Oh, my fucking god, Hosonaga, what's wrong with you? We're starting the first trial of the second game. Miss Giselle Brett has been murdered. Susato's childhood friend is the one who's being accused, and so she's cross-dressing as a guy to try and defend her in court. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume! Oh, my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes.
Hey, yep. Familiar Soseki who caused the death of... it's not Ryotaro, it's, sorry, it's not... This is Ryotaro, he's different from Ryunosuke. Yeah, don't worry about it. Ryunosuke's still in London.
What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. This is Susato in disguise. Women are not allowed in the Japanese courtroom, so she had to put on a whole thing to make sure that she could defend her friend. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him.
And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is, hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
I suppose it's a disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yuma University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yuma University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotama?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. He practically threw the paper at me.
Soseki nods my article. The newspaper contained an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Interesting.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see our country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance, and the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire body departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
Oh no, he's still coughing. Oh, he's still bleeding!
But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh, my, Inspector, you do have something on your face now.
How unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
Oh, no. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must not ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Real quick. No! Wagahai! Oh, no. This is Wagahai's kitten. Baby boy. Baby. Maybe baby girl. I don't care. Kitty. Cat. My goodness, he looks so happy now that he's back in Japan. Good on you, Soseki-san. Cat! We love cats, kitten. Little meow meow. Indeed! Also, for all of my love of cats, I have to mention the turtle up here is so cute. You can't see him on the screen most of the time because Hosonaga is just too damn tall, but he's so cute. Little turtle. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regrets I am. The witness scene.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Excuse me? Both of you, there's only one fucking stab wound.
Indeed, it does appear from the testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic prints of the crime scene once more. There is a pen there.
Oh, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Oh, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel.
R.M.
The initials of the defendant.
No!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
That's bad, huh? So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I'll just take a look at the pen real quick. Oh, you can't actually examine it. Okay.
I don't understand. The prosecutor out here 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me.
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. The witness scene. They're both saying that she stabbed multiple times, so they're both wrong, but like, I'll press everything anyway.
Hold it! In that jaunty disguise?
Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those are my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer.
Being able to blend policy into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job.
Oh, look at the little turtle! Oh. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. Oh, look at him! Look at the little lad! There he is! Mr. Turtle. Just yell objection or hold it at every moment. Impromptu Naruhodo, that's how lawyer works. Basically, press everything.
But there is no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
A crab?
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kya! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commanded the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimmer on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. Oh, okay, whatever you say, ma'am. I ran to the beach hut at once where I found the pair in question. Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say. But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Rei Manbami-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
It was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norrin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand.
Poor Mr. Turtle, his head goes, like, just wobbles all over the place when he coughs like that. Unless it's a fake turtle, then it's like not poor Mr. Turtle. But I thought he was real. But maybe he's actually not real, considering he looks so cartoonish and goofy. I can't tell when it's Ace Attorney.
My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder?
You like a literary man's opinion?
Yes, the young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it! Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it?
Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
No, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe? So do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? No, yes, I know what I saw. My eyes didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, as my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right, I saw it too! Oh. and I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right, I saw it too! And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right, saw it too! Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it's my guiding principle to carry all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. Not just my personal opinion, of course. Take the heat, my lad. Oh! Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that the witnesses may inadvertently lie at times, for various reasons: a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. A delusion? What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use either pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration, blah blah blah, so you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details of the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Conflicting.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you identify a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with R, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes. All right then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start.
No, I don't. I already know what to do. Stabbed repeatedly. No, she was not.
Objection! With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Does she get her own theme? Let's go, Sasato! Hang on, I'm gonna let this play for a little bit.
I like this. Unless this is new for this game, I think it's her own theme. That's so cute! I'm so glad they did this for her. I love the instrumentation for it too. God damn. Okay, I think this is the loop. Alright, we can continue now. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Saseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, a bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Ah!
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed.
and a new pursuit theme?
Hang on, I'm letting this play too! I gotta appreciate this! We stan! Oh, this bit is... Oh. That's so good! I really hope you guys can hear this because this music is great! Holy shit. Good, you guys can hear it. God, this is such a good pursuit theme! Hello! At least I'm pretty sure that's what this would be, Pursuit. Right? I'm not getting my names mixed up. Sorry, it's clearly flawed. And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Oh, true! Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Shinvali is actually quite low to me, so I need to listen in. Oh, shoot, I've been, like, over the past couple streams, I've been raising the stream volume up. Hang on, let me boost it a little bit more this time around for you guys, because I really want you guys to hear this music. We stan Susato. You exploded at them without objection and proceed to pull them apart systematically. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show. You're right, there were certain similarities. Except the so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who's only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing, withdrawing, and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into her victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for their next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That's sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we're back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Yes, going for the jugular. Huh? What does father mean by that? Jugular? Jugular? I think it's jugular. The jugular vein? Jugular vein? Uh-oh. I don't know words. Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. She didn't die right away, according to the autopsy report. She still would have been alive.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence, that clearly indicates her killer.
Then the point is, being a medical research assistant, Membani-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may.
Logically, when someone pulls some foreign object off from someone's body, it's usually with intention to save someone, but most often that's a newbie mistake. I think it depends on the wound, doesn't it? In some cases, you have to remove the object no matter what it is if you're going to be able to quell the bleeding. But in other cases, you should leave it in because it'll just make it bleed more. But I feel like in this case, with like how bad that stab is, you had to remove it right away or else you couldn't do anything. Because it pierced the lung. If you leave that in, it's just going to make things worse.
Speak, witness. I'd like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yoko defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Not a medical expert, so I'll defer that decision to the paramedic after calling your emergency number. You know what? You're right. You're right.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Forensic medicine primer.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim, too. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, hello, Shul! Welcome in! We're right in the middle of the first trial for the second Greatest Attorney Chronicles game. Susato has taken up the disguise of a man to defend her best friend in court, and it's not looking good for the best friend right now. This is why Yoko should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge from medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
Swan Girl, yes. Miss Brett, Giselle Brett, is the victim in this case, not the killer. And so they're saying that Susato's best friend had a motive to kill her because Miss Brett previously killed the best friend's mentor, Dr. John H. Wilson.
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually...
Susato!
Yes?
Pull yourselves together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Right! I love this look for Susato so much! Wow, women in men's clothing, who... be still my gay heart.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really. But the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to witness testimony, please. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense.
No, don't do that to your friend!
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba?
I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would have certainly been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. This woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrational. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, having managed to convey the basics now, that should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your points about the defendant's motive, please. Yes, Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, the defendant's highly respected man.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her a position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in the testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do?
I know what to do. I know what to do. Come on.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama are always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space.
But look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
Alright, let's look it over. That's where she was stabbed. This is the pen. We still haven't explained the wine bottle and the glass. Very fancy shoes in there. Is there anything else we can do? There we go.
Oh my god! That art for her? Hello? Madam? That's so good. No wonder Ray was calling her dashing. Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Saseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yeah, he became a little overanimated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt.
Anything else? Yeah, on the back.
It's a newspaper from Saseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research... Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that! The poison's been stolen!
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Nor on earth could the report have gleaned his information.
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
You need to read this article very carefully. Ooh. An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yume University. Even my father, who's responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. That's not good.
Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture by Yume at Yume 5 Soseki on May 11th of August, it comes out a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via mouth or via wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect a newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Why is poison being developed? Onset symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of pupils prior to death.
Yeah, poison!
Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin is apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Goodness gracious. Okay, well, let's take a look at the pen.
If we take off the pen's lid...
It's a nice little fountain pen. Anything else? Oh, the pen itself.
Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh my fucking god. It's a poison canister.
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty.
Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. My god, this looks really bad. I mean, we have to believe that she's innocent, but oh my god.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
Oh god. What's this?
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But isn't it it isn't a Yume University one.
Must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind? But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Okay, that's looking better. That's looking much better. Oh my god. Okay. RM. We don't have any RMs other than Ray Membami. Could it be some sort of alias for Miss Giselle Brett? Was that her own pen? And she poisoned herself to die with her secrets? Is that the angle we're going here? Interesting. I'm gonna some blueberries. Okay. Now we have to actually figure out where we put all this evidence, huh? Cosmetic bleeding is based knowledge that any medical procedure ought to know. No reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Motive. Either bear the mouth or be a wound from the poison lace blade would prove fatal in minutes. Are we trying to say that she thought the blade was poisoned? And that's why she removed the knife? I don't know what to present here, because I already pressed everything. I'm gonna try it, but I don't know what to do otherwise.
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What?
Yoko not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial University.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But... Prosecutor Alchi, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Excellency!
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says...
I think it'd be the deadly in tiny quantities section. Yeah. Deadly in tiny quantities. I think that's the section we want right now.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
Objection! Very good thing. This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life. And the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking root.
Objection! Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly, well put, Inspector. On what grounds did you do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What?
You can't possibly.
Your expression, counsel, would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you'll present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
The report itself. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a Yoko with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Shit, well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, Yoko Detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchi, I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence. You, Yoko student and Yoko professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No!
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Mrs. Ray? None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Hey, Membani-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What? So you knew?
I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Saseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief? You don't mean?
Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. know it was you who stole the poison!
Oh god, what? I forgot what I gave her voice was.
Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes had shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body.
On the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
She must have been stabbed from outside of the tent then. Unless we're going through the method that the pen itself really was the delivery of the poison instead of just the ink chamber thing. But then that means if she had it in her hand afterward, where did she stab herself with it? Why would she commit suicide? I don't know.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you have confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom.
Objection!
Marble bars.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. Everything just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membani-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? He was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
We'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Auchi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. That is through the back of the place. Okay. There is a crack in that photo. This is the same fucking reporter who did the article for the interview, huh? Okay. Whew, had to sneeze. Okay.
What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. Oh, that's not true, no! I don't believe it. Ugh.
Order! Order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Sasato's starting to show her face here. It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent... Cogent? Yeah, I think it's cogent. Photographic print as evidence.
Incriminating photograph. A photographic print taken at the moment the victim was attacked. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Ray,
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
that's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Ah! I will uphold the defense's demand. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. Oh, hello! Welcome back, Rudy! The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you Yoko student and blabbering professor! What matters is that the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but...
The moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. So what did I miss so far? Because proving that Saseki's the guilty, not guilty party. No, Saseki's not the one on trial. It's Susato's friend, Miss Rei Membami, a woman who works at the university. And so it's not quite there yet. We have just seen a new photograph of dubious origin showing Membami, the friend, pulling the knife from Miss Brett's back, or, according to the prosecution, stabbing the knife into Miss Brett's back. And so now we're trying to figure out who the source of this is, because they're a very important witness and potentially the actual murderer that we're looking for. And the scene captures without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial's going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is... I have the answer! A little cheek slap. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly! But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
It is this article.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Oh, hello, Sylvie. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Real quick recap. This is the first trial of the second game. Susato is cross-dressing as a man in order to defend her friend, Rei Membani, in court. because she's been accused of murdering Miss Giselle Brett, the Englishwoman from the first case of the first game.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
It's kind of hot. She does look really good in that outfit, doesn't she? You should see the art for it. Hang on, hang on. I'm actually... Let me examine something so that way you can see the art for it. It's insane. I'm losing my mind. Like, look at that art for her! She looks so good like this! Hello, ma'am? You're beautiful? Susato only see Naruhodo. Yes, that's the name that our disguise is under. Naruhodo Ryutaro. Think I'm gay. I've been gay! She's so pretty. Women in men's clothing, hello? Okay. I'm with some more blueberries. Good gracious.
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Huh, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of
A camera defect.
obviously it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device.
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It'll be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Aochi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper. Ah!
That's right.
The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. Many women. What? I see what you called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. Oh, okay, the name. It's Many Memo, I tell you. Many Memo. Memo.
Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say mini memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Right-10 Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Now that you mention it,
They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Right-10 Many Memo.
So you're saying that this picture was taken
By Many Memo, yes! My Lord Your Excellency, Esquire.
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You'll solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Many Memo! That's one of the photographers noticed by popping up for that short moment. I guess it's meant to be that he was like sneaking in, surprise, he's taking pictures. When he shouldn't be. To be continued in the first damn trial. Okay. They're really going at it, huh? They want things to be a long one. Ooh. A new save theme. I wonder if that's for the second game. This is just the first trial, yep. 13th of August, 10:41 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber. 3, it was.
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well! Drive me through the city streets!
Whoa, okay, we know what she's into.
I'm no better, you know. Huh? Even though in my heart I knew that you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father, that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray.
Gay, homosexual, gay.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it's you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
Wait a fucking minute. Okay, he's not in the court record yet, but his name was right in right? RM. That's whose pen she stole, especially because the sigil on it doesn't match the university's sigil. Okay, we've got it. We've got our killer.
It'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure our facts are in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to take the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Chemical reagent. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's being created in strict secrecy, and it is only my father's laboratory.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. What's all the Englishwoman's doing? What? It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanmed in without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba. Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there.
Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Saseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then Saseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Many Memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Saseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so Memo sent back to his office.
He obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Sorry, that was her, not him.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. Trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to see ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
Of August, 11:30 a.m., Supreme Court Judicature, Courtroom 1.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Aochi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? Why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I feel we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
The small knife and the skin of the crime that was found in the victim's back, no trace of poison was found in the blade. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife? But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Oh gosh, what's a good voice for you?
Right here, Benny Memo, to show you news. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're there in the print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Well, brace yourselves, people. Many memos senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set above the fold at 72 points in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo?
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, there is one by that.
What?
Witness. Yeah. What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when I'm presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. No good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism.
Many memoism?
Yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Saseki-san. Yeah, right, that was me, Many Memo again. But you're supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words have piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. The country's judiciary is rotten to the core. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. Police are just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man. These are complex political issues at play.
Oh, well anyway. I quickly jotted down those words she said in my many memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right here it goes. I'd just like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? And to tell me that he's the killer? Oh, almost certainly. He's got an ink stain on his hand even though he's writing with pencils. That matches the fountain pen evidence that we have. The fountain pen itself has the initials RM, right in memo. Many memo, there we go. That matches the RM initials on the pen itself. My current theory is that she either stabbed herself with the pen somehow, or perhaps it was somehow put into her wine. I'm not sure. But something happened with the poison where she died of the poison and he had to cover it up by stabbing her. To make it look like, of course, she did it so his career wouldn't be ruined. The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yeah, I saw with my very own journal eyes, from start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusted camera. Thank you, Many-Mama-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
Alright, before you start that, let's look at this.
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be one of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Okay, rotate it all around. That's it, okay.
The weapon.
Blood.
Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
Okay, no other identifying markers on this blade. And that's it for evidence.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there are plenty of gaps I could see inside through. An Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife. Throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Great screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped.
Had some blueberries. Sorry about that.
The walls were just screens made of coarse woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Heating up? Hotting up?
It should be heating up, but he said hotting up. Weird.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime.
That tenacity and purpose is considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear that we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ah, more pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
A camera never lies.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there are plenty of gaps I could see inside through.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
College journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop knows no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many memoism, it's basic journalism.
I found the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut. Inside that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what! When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Oh, wait, gotta go back. Press, not space.
Hold it!
There we go.
So you actually saw Membani-san entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging that my journal spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it.
That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. The student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, the woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Ooh, his armband matches that pen. We got him, lads. He's the murderer. I don't know how he did it yet, but we got him. Okay, that's more blueberries.
Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Now, the precise moment, I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad.
I feel the way that happens when transforming from a witness into a criminal.
Hell yeah, I can't wait to see what his breakdown is. Maybe his camera will break. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. And the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And did a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says.
Was he an accomplice, I wonder? Was he going to help her with stealing the poison? And that's why he was there, perhaps. Beach hut plan. A plan of the layout of the small beach hut where the victim was found.
By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. Oh god, French. Raison d'etre? I don't know. A terre?
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
That's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you?
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Where did I start? The girl pulled out a knife from me. Okay, yeah. I think that was it. Or was it this one? I can't remember which one I was pressing on. I'll press on this just to be sure. Have I already seen this? Yep, okay. So it was the third one. Oh man, we have to go through this whole diagram again. Oh boy. Well, now's a good time for more blueberries, I guess. Oh, blah, 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 blah. There we go. Okay.
My smoldering journal's beer burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I've got my camera ready to click.
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many-memoism.
It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you.
That's it, that's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice?
Ah, obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journal's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph, and this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. I really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many-memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many-memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yeah, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
Clem spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said, as you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. The camera floated around, shaking the air to play Fatal Frame. Doesn't it? I don't think they use that type of camera in those games, though, do they? I want to say it's like more of a modern digital camera thing, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the newer games. Okay, clearly this is the statement that we want. There's nothing special here. Is this where we bring up the pen? Because it's got the same insignia as his armband. A Fatal Frame camera is ancient. Oh, okay, gotcha. So then I guess it would look like something like this then. I think... Ooh, suddenly yawned. I think I am gonna try the pen. It's got his initials, and it's got the insignia of his journalism place. Let's try it.
Objection!
Many memos on. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
It's spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. Look, what are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ah!
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Bami.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM?
No! Write in many memo. RM.
Oh, that's horse dung. Can't you see one of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Where's the horse dung? Manny Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh?
And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel of defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue in this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... right here.
I can't get it centered. Hang on. Okay, so we got this. Oh, I was so close. Alright, fuck it.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Manny Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Manny Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Order! Explain yourself, witness. So this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets?
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yeah, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before! What exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As we meta memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it? Yeah, alright, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. Because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? What? Many Momoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the early witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san hiding something?
A poor man, it just doesn't end. First he gets accused of murder, then he gets apprehended on the steamship for bringing in a kitten. Now, oh god, unless Soseki was the killer all along. Now he's got a big secret to be revealed. Oh boy. Poor man. The witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Well, just let him write the fuck. Yeah, just let Soseki-san be. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. And that's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. Well, I didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memos and demands. I reveal it now.
No wonder why he's always so nervous. But he's not the killer. He just has a horrible string of bad luck.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness! And when she did, you decided to ask her a question. That's, true. Yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
Blueberries.
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the Withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut?
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss.
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. Veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew, that told me. So I was right out of there.
Really, something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. And Veteran at the paper taught me that. And watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left them just when they lower their guard. That's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph, though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it! And Seki-san remained behind in the hut.
That's right, yup. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes. Mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars! They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. Evelyn and I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Saseki-san, his experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity! The end is coming for me, surely!
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please.
And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. Hold it! What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Down to you, Mr. Writer Man. Ugh! Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Hey,
I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Husnaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
but what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't! She said nothing in response! But
when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Come on. Without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will! I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it! So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute, but he who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever!
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear, Soseki-san has really dealt the dislike for the English, it seems.
I've read the report on his time in Great Britain, and I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer-Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant?
Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled onto the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. Oh, sorry about that. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength and to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Oh yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
I'm inclined to agree. And with the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No!
The headline's right in itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. Then to point across the whole page, we'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Sasato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father! We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Possible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all the details, I'm confident we'll find the clue that we need.
Mary gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defense antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The usual was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying, and then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and mine? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant Yoko student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know! Objection! Through the fucking reeds. In the closet. I don't think there actually is a closet in there. Let me go. Yeah, there's no closet in here. There's the stand where her dress is. But if you see, look at this photograph. Look at this photograph. Oh, you see that hole in the back? Precisely lining up where the stool is. For some reason, this man stabbed her in the back. We don't know why yet, but he did it. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present to the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Shoop.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
Order! Order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
Hey, you just pointed out the exact spot where I was heading to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi,
There is a way.
ah,
And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel!
the defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
I think in this case, it would be the photo, wouldn't it?
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside the beach.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Do, 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 do. The little slit in the wall. I want it centered. There we go.
Take that!
It's basically centered. Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, it can't! I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes! The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in, Benny Memo-san. It could have only been you.
No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. Vigna is almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
No, of course not.
We're not! If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who is sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was...
killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant Mimbani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Benny Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membani-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. No, G-Clan can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict then.
Yep, okay. Alright. Not checkmate yet. I think it's just check.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals?
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little relevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. Oh, is he coming back around to the poison? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for comments on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you're developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual construction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means... that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear the arguments of our metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade or the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
Order, order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle carbonated water and a glass have been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It'd make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimalism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd eliminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
Oh, my mouse is on the screen. Oops. Complete innocence.
Oh yes, I stabbed the woman, and that's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why'd I bother to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described? That you were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free? What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there.
Demi spitting. Yeah, I mean, it's still attempted murder. Not exactly what we want to see from a witness, and we can just turn it into real murder shortly. He just confessed to everything except poisoning her. He's saying the cause of death was poison, and he's going to try and pin that on Ray, I'm absolutely certain.
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me.
Didn't he say he had an interview with the lady? That is ideally an opportunity for him to slip the poison in her drink if we can just figure out how the fuck he got the poison in the first place. Maybe it was during the interview when he was speaking with Natsume and Mikotoba, but they were all in the lab at that time. How could he have managed to grab some of the poison? Oh, yes. Poison in the pen. People can put stuff in the pen. I'd thought about that earlier, but like that still doesn't give him a window of opportunity to do it, not without there being witnesses. So many of them that it's impossible for somebody to have not noticed it. Because, again, he was the one doing the interview, and he's the one who took the photo of Natsume doing his dramatic pose. He should have been in clear view the whole time, so we need to figure out when that window was he could steal it. Unless, going back to my previous theory, that Miss Brett and this reporter were accomplices. She stole it, while everybody else, no, it's a very fast-acting poison. It takes minutes for death. My theory now, with that in mind, is that she stole the poison while everybody else was distracted, and then she handed it off to him to smuggle it out of there. And this was supposed to be him returning it to her, but then he got other ideas. That's what I'm thinking has happened here.
That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after he made so much progress in proving his guilt, he's going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. This is what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh yeah, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's the very fact that proves I'm innocent.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then?
Ha! The one's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation.
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed a murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions then.
Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I bother to stab the one if I'd already poisoned her?
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these.
Accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You'll reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
Honestly, after sabotaging that his malicious intentions toward the victim, his level of credibility as witness should have gone down.
Yes, I will agree with you there, Rudy. I will agree with you there. Ace Attorney isn't always good about this, though. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however.
There is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as there's little doubt that she would have simply been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Is this right?
I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe.
Right? Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just put out whatever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membani-san. You're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great, peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please.
I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I'll grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. And it was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would have been no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. Well, that's true. I pressed Professor Mikoto until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory, but as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the toxin we've been developing, you see, and since Saseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah yes, Many-Mama-san, one small question if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Well, Many-Mamo-san. As a journal, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of Many-Mamoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Interesting. Okay. More blueberries.
So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
So shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record.
Very well, you may amend your formal testimony.
Okay. go.
Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Perhaps you doubt the efficacy? There we go. The efficacy of the poison is how to make sure a victim would die.
That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of a pepper pourer as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was a reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to her entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
Between him living that and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Yes, that's it! That's what Manuel-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. The reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
We think they have a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
Okay. When a Bali Salo fight already poisoned her. Discussing stolen poison. He was covering up the poison. Not the poison, like he overheard it. Poison Lace Blade via the mouth or Poison Lace Blade. Occurs within minutes. So it seems to be suggested this toxin. He's the one who posted the story about the toxin. So it's not like he was trying to cover up the fact that he used it. I'm gonna take off the lid again. I want to see if we can examine it with the stuff yet. Yeah, because it looks empty in here. There's nothing else we can do with the nib, but I want to test it for the poison because of what we were saying about the poison being hidden in the pen, James Bond style. I just don't see what his window of opportunity would have been. Or why he'd have stolen it in the first place if he just wanted to get back at Miss Brett. There's the water and the bottle. The pen is there. That's when there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well. God, I don't know what to present here. There she is pulling the knife out of her. Are we allowed to use it yet? Doesn't look like it. Poison's going to be no point to go and stab the person as well. What is he trying to hide? Specifically because of that conversation. His involvement? That he stole the poison in the first place? Is that what he's trying to hide? By publishing the article and having it used up here and making it look like it was a stabbing that was the cause of murder, would he be able to hide that he took it? Maybe. That could be an angle. What if I presented the pen?
Objection!
The music didn't stop. It's wrong.
Well, it's a statement is definitely contradicted by this piece of evidence.
Is that so, counsel? Then perhaps you would care to explain to the court precisely how.
How? Well, definitively?
The contradiction lies in your parents' eagerness to present an empty argument, I feel.
Perhaps I need to reconsider.
discussing a stolen poison. And we established that the article was only written after he overheard the conversation, and that's when he amended his statement. If he poisoned somebody, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well. What contradicts that? Was he trying to hide how he poisoned her? I don't know. Let's just try presenting the article because it was updated. Yeah.
Objection!
Okay, alright, that is the right train of thought.
Well, I can think of one reason.
Wait, what?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
Then there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membani-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone inflicted by this poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
So he's trying to cover it up that he stole it. Okay, alright.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membani-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a lay person unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you. Right, Ten Many Memo? It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't that obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison caused the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected it. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant to it be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order! Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely...
Objection!
The
prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Oh, lost hope!
Here we go again. Ooh, he threw his hat.
Ah, you pathetic, useless fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My emergent growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yeah, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noticed. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all the visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open. See, I write in many memo. A mere reporter from the Show You News couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
You know, maybe they weren't accomplices. He really was just planning her murder the whole time. Wow.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. There is one way that you, Menimemo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
The pen!
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
Ah! A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. But I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, that's a forward-thinking man of words. Obviously, I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup-con of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Menimemo-san,
Ah,
when you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
ah!
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened! True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. Would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Menimemo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah!
Oh god, who got hit?
You claim I stuck the poison up in my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upsetting citizen with a trick like that, think again.
Looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence.
Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then, I call upon the defense to present their aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. I bet you didn't expect that we watched super secret agent movies, huh? Yeah.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains unique chemical reagents that can identify the poison in question.
Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
Huh, a reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Oh god, there goes the camera. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, but bowing its head to foreign powers whim. I took up arms, then formed the mighty pen and fought ties in the battlefield of news. I'm in the name of justice and righteousness. I'm just memo.
Susato, with me!
I'm there. That was so good.
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown.
That was so good. Look at these ladies go. That looks painful. It deserves to be painful.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, a devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink of the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yeah, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of, expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? By the
went into the hut and intended to quiz her on the situation, that's all. I was a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you call me?
This country with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up. Not a good excuse, my guy. Like, we all wanted to kill her, but still. If you're gonna kill someone out of just rage, own up to it, motherfucker. And keep on talking about how you have this righteous justice that you have to uphold. And then you hide behind somebody else and let them get accused of your crime and potentially get either imprisoned for life or killed in your place? Nah.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yeah.
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I'd remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should have never come into it. I mean, if that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up.
He came under pressure from the government, you mean?
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Minimamo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh! Yes! Sorry, Your Excellency. I was just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aoshi, do you have any final thoughts?
Prosecutor Aoshi? I, Takatsuchi of the Aoshi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? rather than living on in shame. I will end it all now with this blade, for that is a true path to Ouchieism. Ouchieism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my topknot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi Ouchi.
Oh, that's so stupid. God.
Oh no! She's praying for him. Oh, he's praying too! God. This is so stupid.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san,
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty.
Yay! I forgot we had charitable subtitles in the Japanese courtroom. That's very fun. Who else would be the tutorial prosecutor for the future defense lawyers if not him? Well, it's gonna be his bloodline. They're just all gonna be pathetic.
Court is adjourned.
The 13th of August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber, I believe it's 3? Yep, 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? No fireworks, no jurors throwing a ball of fire into scale justice, truly a barbarian nation. You know what? Fair enough. Susato, who's that? Oh. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've done. Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'll be taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, it really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh, my goodness, no. Of course not. Of course not. There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba for now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What?
What is happening?
Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
Don't. So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, and yes, devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea Mrs. Esquire that you were locum student Naruhodo Esquire's cousin. Astoundingly, ace attorney.
Not only is it Kay on Ray's side because she is so enamored with Susato's male disguise, everybody else was also convinced she was just an incredibly attractive man. Oh my god, Susato's too powerful. She can turn everybody in Ace Attorney gay. But yes, he did say Ace Attorney.
Oh, poor Saseki-san, he's so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. Now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm chief inspector of the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch to you. I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah, my arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true... then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University, but I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Oh, dear me. Tears are your most cutting glares for your father, Susato. I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Ugh, let me go. Who let you out?
Any memo-san? So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor.
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her.
The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah! Oh, the judge can throw hands, okay. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Very suspicious.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yujin. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly.
Your Excellency.
That trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along from the start of the trial?
Our judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known it, then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand. As an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. Wish I'll have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro's thing, eh? It's been a while since I sent the man flying like that. Ha 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 ha.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime. When nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotsuba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Yoseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there is something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear. Please, Yoseki-san, tell me at once.
I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness local student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikoto. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
A second one? What do you mean? The one Mr. Jones forbade any of us to talk about in public. Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. Oh, this is gonna be our second case then.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
Yeah. Oh, she's visiting Cosmo again.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved,
Thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san.
Oh, it does have a
and we
JP
talked
dub.
about
I just
that
had the
second
English
case
one.
he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Yeah, I'm used to hearing English voices when it comes to Ace Attorney because I've played the English games the whole time. So I just had it on the English voices by default. We did it! That is case 1 done. And we're on to case 2. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. This is still a very gay splash screen, I just have to say. Like, pink and blue, the cotton candy colors, and the fact that she was constantly crushing on her, you know. Kind of reminds me of Persona. There you go.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
Interesting.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey, but this is a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now. I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return, but that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which is now about to waken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland.
Somebody's hungry. I'm hungry. I've had my blueberries to snack on, but it still hasn't, like, stopped me from wanting to eat food, you know?
Oh, what a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Shom's suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate.
The 30th of August, 7:28 a.m. Sholmes' suite.
Oh, Bruno, good! I was just about to call up to you, the bacon attorney.
Oh, good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. But before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh! Not another word, Mrs. Naruhodo! This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. Why are you so close? The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Miss Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand? My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has. And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you.
Hurley pulled your button off? What the Hello? I'm sorry? What are the two of you doing?
Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Reno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Ah ha ha! Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. It's my latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rent's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, why don't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Oh, well, I received a letter from Japan.
From Susie, you mean? Was it? Really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh yes, what fun!
Okay, well, as is tradition, examine everything. That machine really is imposing, isn't it? But I can never remember its name.
Hurley calls it his great analytoscope. It can analyze anything at all.
That doesn't really help me. What does analyzing something even mean? Ah, an extremely astute question, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Well, as Iris said, my machine here spits out analysis results of anything with which you care to present it. But how to interpret those results, that's the key. And I confess I have no idea. Clearly I'm going to have to construct a great analytoscope to solve the problem. That might not help.
Let's see what else is here. The shelf.
Books, paper, scientific implements. These shelves are stuffed to the gunnels. Mrs. Sato wouldn't be able to help herself if she were here. She can't stand mess.
Susie might not be able to stand mess, but she wouldn't dare touch those shelves.
Oh, why not?
Everything's in intricate balance. Hurley spends ages on it. If you were to touch even one thing, the whole lot would come tumbling down. Susie noticed it was a very delicate arrangement right from the outset.
Make it sound like a meeting of great minds. But the truth is, Mr. Sholmes just needs to tidy up.
And violin.
Ah, yes, Mr. Sholmes' faithful musical companion. Wasn't this violin made by somebody famous?
Yes, it's a Stradivarius. Although I'm afraid you'd have to save up for 100 years before you could afford one, Reno.
But didn't you buy it for a song, Mr. Sholmes? I found it at a pawnbroker among the forfeited articles. It clearly said Stradivarius on the label. What? The ignorant broker had no idea of its true value, you see, so I paid a mere 55 shillings for it. Yes, I have something of a turn for shopping. Sherlock Holmes, bargain hunter. But is it really a Stradivarius then? But of course, my dear fellow, it said so on the label. I think perhaps ignorant broker had something of a turn for selling.
Let's see. Nothing else on this side. Back to the middle. Nope, nope, nope.
Oh yes, the huge metal chest with the lace cloth lid on it, being used as a table for tea and coffee. It's very sturdy, that's for sure, and firmly locked shut.
That chest contains my father's detailed records of Hurley's many cases.
Yes, so I've been led to believe. Though personally, I've never actually seen inside.
And that's the way it will stay. Those papers are a secret between Daddy and me. If you go opening it uninvited, you might find yourself being bitten.
What? Is there a beast inside there or something? When it gets this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearts alight all day long. And I love it. There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But the fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space, really no use at all.
Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals, Hurley?
But consider this! Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. An extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Yes, of course, brilliant! The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. So as you British say, it's a bit of a damp squib.
Man's just out here thinking of AC units.
These are different pieces of evidence from cases you've solved, aren't they, Mr. Sholmes? Not quite, Mr. Notterhood, not quite. These trinkets are a selection from cases I've solved with particular aplomb. They're souvenirs of my success. Memories, Mr. Notterhood, memories. Really? So tell me about the case in which the bust of Napoleon featured. I forget. Memories, he says. Wonderful, Mr. Sholmes, wonderful.
Nothing else? Okay. On the right.
Let's see. Ah, yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? What's in the melting pot today? The blue carbuncle?
Yes, it's from a case of theft that Hurley solved ages ago. It's the theft of a precious stone. A carbuncle is another name for a garnet, you see, especially if it's cut with a rounded top.
Oh, really? And this garnet was blue, was it?
Well, that's the thing. They're usually red. No blue garnets have ever been discovered.
Oh.
So who knows what the stolen gemstone actually was? That's the real mystery of the case.
A proper Sherlock Holmes conundrum, huh?
And the tea.
I look forward to finding out what aroma your tea will have, Iris, every single day.
Ah, well, I infuse a different concoction of herbs from the garden every time, so it's never the same twice.
They call it a concoction. It sounds more like a science experiment than something for tea time.
Oh yes, that's because different blends can have very different properties. Some calm you down, some make you feel jolly, some give you energy. Today's particular blend is something quite special, so you're really in for a treat.
That sounds ominous.
Time to get exploded by the tea.
There's so many different bottles up there on that charming little set of white shelves.
Oh, do be careful, Runo. You mustn't try the contents of any of those bottles, even if you're hungry.
I wouldn't do something stupid like that. I'm not a child, you know.
I wish I could say the same for Hurley. The other day, he polished off a full bottle of one of my alkaloids.
He what?
He said he was hungry.
I'll be extra careful.
A whole fucking bottle of alkaloid? Are you insane, man? Jesus Christ. I can type my eyes shut, you know.
I can believe it. When a deadline's approaching, you sound like a Gatling gun.
That reminds me of a dream I had the other day. Such a funny one. It woke me, actually. I was hidden for a whole hour in the pitch black, but I didn't make a single mistake.
That's incredible.
But then, when it got light, I found that there wasn't any paper in the machine.
if I'd actually been typing at all. I think he might have just fallen asleep on the job.
The mind of a genius is incomprehensible. Apparently! Jesus. Drinking alkaloids. Because you're hungry. Alright. That is everything to examine, so we can now converse.
This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
And how's your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, he actually appears a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Oh, really? Isn't she wonderful?
You may have been lurking while playing Splatoon. How's the first case? Oh, hello, Lamb! I didn't realize you were here. Thank you for joining us. First case was very good. I am very gay for Susato dressing as a man, but I think all of us are, so like, that's nothing new. I only had one mistake, so no perfect record, but that's fine. Otherwise, it was all pretty cut and dry, so that was pretty good.
I cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as witness. Natsume! No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do, we helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache-twitching man with the somewhat feline eyes and mustache.
He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly.
Oh, good night, Rudy! Thank you very much for your time today. Good luck with work tomorrow. And yes, you have a good one as well.
So what was this startling news penned by Mrs. Soto? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mrs. Soto asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago. For what purpose? Because it's something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Susato's father questioned him about the case, he says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice neat manuscript ready for publication, too. Then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He's very mean. That story must not be published, you said. Very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? But why Mrs. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan?
What are you hiding?
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan?
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever. The cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believed it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that? I wonder what Susato's father is hiding.
Honey, do you know what it's all about?
Oh, well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagement, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later.
He scuttled off rather quickly there. think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes himself.
Aha! I found them at last.
Iris, are they?
The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo?
Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
So, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation of that fierce battle in court that followed, reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue. And I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Ever since months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court, and after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyous, jubilant jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bart's at once! So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital.
Oh, is that what we're picking up then? 21st of February, 5:30 a.m., St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward.
Look at the little rat! I want to pick him up and hold him!
There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh. You're late! What on earth took you so long?
Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital.
That's right, it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for us what felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken up 4 this morning by a telegram boy. I think it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour. I sent one to you! Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness.
Oh, there she is! She's so round.
You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with the knife in her back.
Her name is... Oh, yes, here we are. Miss Green.
Firstly, we examine. Anything over here? No.
Look, there's a photograph in this frame here.
Aw, is it her brother or something? Oh, yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman.
He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young man's special someone, do you think?
My, Mr. Naruhodo. I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of.
Either brother or lover or something along those lines.
This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job.
Let's see, the window, no. The windows to the wall. To the trash where I belong. Okay.
This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo?
You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park.
For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Oh, woman, I hope she hasn't read this. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry. At least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt that you'd managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Usato.
The bag.
That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings.
She was brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though.
I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her.
Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel.
Do you want something sweet, my good sir?
Rat. Hey, a mouse, Mr. Naruhodo, an enormous mouse.
Vermin in a hospital, that doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking.
Mouse, rat, whatever. I love it. Regardless, it's so cute. Look at it.
This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so...
Here she is probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet.
And the cabinet up here.
There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you're peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors.
I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato.
Anything else? Okay, just Miss Green herself.
Good morning.
Oh, she looks so uncomfortable. The poor thing.
Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no, was it your knife that? Are you the man who...
No, I'm a lawyer.
I'm Susato Mikotoba. Pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Were you the one? No, I assure you, I was Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Oh, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually.
Gosh, this young woman seems bent over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement? What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day and the fog was so thick. I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all the time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, As you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. The gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. You come around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never regain consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are.
With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts! Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here, and Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton town centre. Does that matter, Mrs. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is the farthest salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means, I suppose the Seki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all.
What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into young maidens' private affairs.
Oh, dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Oh, is there Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder now? Oh, if you're looking for Mr. Naruhodo the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Miss Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Saucy Nutmeg. What? Oh. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me.
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing plain delivery boy at this time in the morning? Oh, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? He says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once.
Murder?
Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've got to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodging once we did. That'll be entirely convenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what?
I'll help you. Fiker at once? I have no clue what that is. They use lots of different words for carriages, but I haven't seen Fiker or whatever. How do you ever say that?
So yesterday, Soseki-san was in court, and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought.
Ooh, sorry, had a yawn. What's up? Couple more videos for you. Oh, no. Okay.
21st February, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, the ground floor. Oh my. What on earth?
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court. Yesterday! I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird to catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah, not the horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door. I never invited you.
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Here they are already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? It gives me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene, Sholmes. Ah, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food.
Fish and chips.
Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene, don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Goodness.
This is the guy who lives under Natsume, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, set hands off, you're gonna mess up a crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance, I know you're kind. You'll mess up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in there, isn't there? Ah ha ha ha! Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor.
What if I try talking to you?
What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally gained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences! So the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So did you know the victim? Were you friends?
Soseki? Natsume, come on!
What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? No! Never! On my honor, I swear it.
What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. To that inspector over there!
Let's see.
So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. Oh. So that's why this guy was quoting Shakespeare quotes. Mr. William Shakespeare was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead.
Mr. Shakespeare.
It was the landlord, old Mr. Garrideb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garrideb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garrideb have a bad leg? Ah, yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? So Seki-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in his house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit. Cohabitor. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you?
Oh dear. Miss Natsume appears to be under suspicion again.
It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he?
The poor man, how unfortunate.
Anyway, I can't say much till the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been gone that long. Body's still warm. If the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body.
Now can I examine things, please?
Oh no, Mrs. Sholmes is there. What is that pose?
Alright, Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Hi, you need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating naturally. There is nothing natural about that pose.
Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery?
Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been in here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what's actually happened.
My goodness! But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes?
Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I've managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night, which the victim fought for his life. Ah! Ah! Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Huh? Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant.
Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail.
But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. I've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtains rise. For Herlock Sholmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot! Topic 1. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Oh goodness. From within the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you observe, 1/2 a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful. Is he dead? Is he actually even dead? Did he just eat soap and pass out? Because isn't that what happens when you have something basic like that? Oh god. 1/2 a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is the soap set so perfectly set upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact? Yes. Could be that the man was about to eat it. Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the leather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Now, personally, I have greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. What's it called? That? Conclusion: poisoning from soap ingestion. Topic 2: suicide or murder. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior self once wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Conclusion. No possible perpetrator present. Why are you so fucking dumb? Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' Great Deduction! And that means this is where we're concluding the stream today. We'll pick up next weekend. Yes, next weekend with more. Actually, I have to check my... Yeah. So, no, actually. No, yes. Okay, so this upcoming weekend, the 22nd and 23rd, I should be streaming as usual. But the 29th and the 30th, the end of the month of July, I will be off because I'm going to convention. I'll make sure to post a reminder about it at the time, but otherwise, this is just an upcoming warning. So, thank you very much for joining me, guys, today. We'll pick up next week with helping Sholmes fix his fucking deductions. Alright. Have a great day, guys. Especially you, Sui. Thank you for sticking out for the whole time. I think it was the whole time. And anybody else who was here for as long as they could be. So, have a great day. Thank you for stopping by. See you guys next week.